Watch this guy, Pacman. He's good. Pacman. He's Pacman.
I have no words for David Pacman. David Pacman does not have a soul. He doesn't have a soul.
Pacman never talked to the New World Order. Pacman never tried to get hired by the Kissinger Group because Pacman's a loser.
Okay. You got a massive YouTube channel. You got billions of views online.
One awful progressive talk show host.
Hello, David. Here we go. We're live. I enjoy your show. I really do.
David Pacman, a left-wing progressive political commentator.
If I was telling my children who not to be, it's that guy. And he's a disgrace.
David, you are like dripping with the viscosity of sanctimony.
Look at those eyes, man. That dude is gone, ladies and gentlemen.
And I will send you some pillows here. I'd like you to try them out. And you need to sleep better, David. You
I will try it.
Energy. I do.
Okay, so why do I watch David Pacman? I like this guy. That's all my point is. He's dealing in facts, and I like him.
Then he went, Donald Trump, yeah, Donald Trump. I love Donald Trump, but no more drop box. The drop boxes are just so bad. No more drop boxes. Dickinson, Hologic, and Cephahide. That was about a rhino named Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney. Real beauty. Had to give the American people their voice back by building something called Truth Essential. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama amnesty. You know, we've endorsed Dr. Oz. We've endorsed JP, right? J.D. Mandel, and he's doing great. I've had more investigations than Jesse James, Billy the Could. Some of the world's greatest cricket players, from Sachin Tendulkar to Virat Kohli. As the great religious teacher Swami Vivekananda once said. I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges of the investigation, the beginnings of that investigation. And God bless the United States. Thank you very much. He was awarded the Bronze Star and the Combat Infantryman Badge for his service. We have to keep our country great, but it's not, for some reason, it's just not great anymore. If you care about law and order, look, law and order. In normal times, roughly 40% of fresh vegetables and about 40% China. Nambia's health system is increasingly self-sufficient. This is not about virtue, cycling, and signing. And the great General and President Ulysses S. Grant, he's really come back a long way over the last 10 years, hasn't he? We appreciate it very much, Tim Apple. When they gaze upon Yosemite's towering sequoias, they delivered a swift and sweeping, sweeping. It was swift and it was sweeping like nobody's ever seen anything happen. Units of plasma for plasma. Donate plasma. In the failing New York Times by an anonymous, gutless coward. I may ask Marilyn Lockheed, the leading woman's business. No teacher should ever be allowed to teach transgender to our children without parental consent. No, nobody has to have parental consent. And we will totally oppose the Biden administration. This administration. He made some statements, rough statements on Jewish. You heard them and you know them well.
All right. Welcome, everybody. It is day one of the Democratic National Convention 2024. What a different convention it is than what we expected just a month ago. Different candidate running at the top of the ticket. Different vice presidential candidate. Everything's different. Trump collapsing. J.P. Mandel collapsing.
We've endorsed J.P., right? J.D. Mandel.
Exactly. What a different day. Now, I want to tell you already, not only are they off schedule at the DNC, people have been speaking who weren't even on the list of speakers. That was just Joyce Beatty speaking. I was unable to find her on the on the list at all. I don't even know why she was there. Not that I don't like hearing from her, but it just was strange because she wasn't on the list that I got. So quite literally anything could be going on. We are, by the original schedule, we are close right now to when Hillary Rodham Clinton will be speaking, and Jamie Raskin and so many interesting people. We may actually be sort of far from that because I just don't know what's going on. I have a ton of things to go over with you, but let's start by just listening to just a little bit of this first speech, and then we're going to talk voicemails, phone calls, all these different things.
Yes. Union, yes. All right. I'm Lee Saunders, president of AFSCME, a union of 1.4 million public service workers in healthcare, corrections, sanitation.
All right, so Lee Saunders was supposed to have spoken an hour ago. So, you be the judge as to sort of what we are to expect here. The big names scheduled for later today include Hillary Clinton and President Joe Biden, who will be capping the evening. We'll also hear from Dr. Jill Biden, which I'm sure Republicans will be quick to remind us is not a medical doctor. Neither, by the way, is any chiropractor. For the people emailing me saying, David, you should do more on chiropractic. But by the way, Jill Biden's not a medical doctor. Just a little FYI. Raphael Warnock, Chris Coons, Andy Bashir. Who else? Jasmine Crockett, Jamie Raskin, who's been a guest on the show before. AOC, also known as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I don't see Michelle Obama on today's list. The big speakers tomorrow. Let's get to tomorrow. You know what? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But I do not see Michelle Obama here anywhere.
Obama.
Exactly. So now we are hearing from April Verrett, president of the SEIU, a lot of union stuff. And it makes sense given that President Biden, he's the most pro-union president we've ever had. It's not, you can say that's bad or that's good. I'm not even introducing a value judgment, but the most pro-union president that we have ever had. Big thank you to Dragon Eye Tex and Andrew Yamashiro for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. I appreciate that. We're expecting big turnout here. I also want to say thanks to Senator Larry Craig, who has just donated a gift subscription. Let's go through a few of these early super chats. Maddie says, so are the big speeches more like 8 or 8:30 this week? That's when I see a lot of people starting their streams. The big speeches aren't until even later than that. The big speech is scheduled to end around 10:30, I think, Eastern each day. And they're running an hour late. So it's seeming like it's all going to go all night. Camus says simply Obama.
Obama.
And Tyler Hackner says, thanks as always, David. So great to see you. So great to hear from you. Let's go to... Oh, if people want to leave voicemails about the DNC, as we have gaps in coverage, I will go to them. The voicemail number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Also trying something new today. I am live on Twitter, also known as X. We're putting out an excretion on X right now. It's a live one. And I don't know if anybody is watching it on X, but we're live on X, Twitch, YouTube, and of course, Facebook, which is always a true pleasure in order to see everybody. I am also, just so people know, I am monitoring Donald Trump's Truth Social feed because he could lose it. His last post 28 minutes ago about someone named Ryan McKenzie in Pennsylvania. Yeah, don't care. Car videos, stuff about the Biden platform, and then Trump's totally deranged event earlier today, which we will cover tomorrow. So more or less what we would expect, there. Here is Brent Booker, General President of the Laborers International Union of North America. He'll be followed by the the IBEW president, the CWA president, AFL-CIO president. It's endless union stuff, which makes a lot of sense. Maddie says, where can I find a schedule with times? You will not find one. You will not find one. It's just like with the RNC. Anything could happen. We have no clue what's going on. Sim1 Manson says, I love this positive energy. Yeah, one of the biggest differences that we can already tell from these early moments of the DNC compared to the RNC, it's apparent from every single Harris Walls rally when you compare it to the Trump cult events, is the positive energy versus the dystopian, apocalyptic, negative version of what's going on, calling the U.S. a third world country, and the country will not survive, and all of these different things that we heard in 2020. A very different atmosphere for sure. Dan Bites says, need Trump's master lock quote on the soundboard. Yeah, we should get that. We should get that. I did want to mention a couple of other things here. Donald Trump ate a word today during one of his during his remarks in Pennsylvania. Now, you might be saying, what does it sound like to eat a word? I'm going to play it for you. And if you're eating, I do advise you to just put the fork down, put the spoon down. If you're having a beautiful crab chowder or anything like that, put the knife down. I am about to play for you what it's like when Trump eats a word and swallows it, but almost chokes on it.
Kamala is also on a regulatory jihad.
Regulatory. See, that's what happens when you eat a word.
Kamala is also on a regulatory.
Jeez. Wild stuff. I mean, it's a delicious word, but he ate a word nonetheless. You might notice Trump, rather than being upper Trump, was downer Trump. He seemed sedated. Everyone behind him looks like they're about to lose consciousness from how horrifyingly boring this is.
Back to a similar, because they were getting just absolutely destroyed by the numbers it was going up. And you can bet that if we don't win, she takes over, your energy numbers will be triple and quadruple, and you won't be producing a drop of oil. They ended the largest oil reserve anywhere in the world, probably as large as...
Okay, yeah. So as you can tell, people just absolutely riveted there behind Donald Trump and an electric event in Pennsylvania. Maddie says, how do I know they're an hour late if there's no schedule? It's just my intuition. Let me explain it. Here was the list of people who were supposed to speak today. So 5:15 to 10:15. They started later than this, and we are look at how long this list is. Okay, you see how long this list is? We are only like right up here. We're only right up here. So it's just my best guess, and don't hold me to it. I'm just telling you, we seem to roughly be an hour behind. They are powering through speakers very quickly right now, so they may catch up. Here's what folks have to understand about all of this. The timing is calculated to hit national network coverage and also make it to local news. So here's this is the framework. A lot of the big networks are covering this starting at 8 p.m. or 8:30 Eastern. So you don't want your big speakers probably before 8:45 or 9 because you want to make sure you're getting all of the network coverage. I know the 24/7 news stations are covering all of it, but I'm talking about the networks. Then you really want to be done in time for the clips of Biden speaking to make it to the 11 p.m. news on the East Coast. And so that's basically where we are at. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Let's listen a little bit to continue getting the sense of the atmosphere.
And that's the future Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will keep fighting for. Let's build it together.
We need HD here. Wow.
Please welcome Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass.
Let's listen to this one, and then we'll get to more of the coverage surrounding the super chats, etc. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Democrats. Hello, Democrats. Are you as excited as I am? I've known Kamala Harris for almost 20 years. Our bond was forged years ago by a shared commitment to children, a belief that it is everyone's responsibility to care for every child, no matter where they come from and no matter who their parents are. Kamala knows that each generation has an obligation to the next. That's why when I was Speaker of the State Assembly and she was a prosecutor, we fought to address youth homelessness and reform the child welfare system. We wanted to make sure that California's foster youth aren't cut off and left on their own the day they turn 18. As Attorney General, Kamala created our state's Bureau of Children's Justice and worked to give children in the juvenile justice system the support they needed. And when I asked her to swear me in, the first woman vice president, swearing in the first woman mayor of Los Angeles, we knew we were sending a message to young girls everywhere that they too can lead. Now, I know Kamala, and she feels the importance of this work in her bones. When Kamala meets a young person, you can feel her passion. You can feel her heart, and you can feel her fearlessness. That is what defines a commitment to children, being willing to fight fiercely for every child. And trust me, Kamala has done that her entire life. So this November, we're gonna fight to elect Kamala Harris as the next president of these United States.
Please welcome Grammy-nominated country music star Mickey Guyton.
So as you can see, many of the speeches at this point relatively short, and it does seem as though they're trying to catch up a little bit. Other messages coming in. Just Jamie says, fascinating how CNN tried to normalize Trump's event earlier. Phil Mattingly should be ashamed of himself. I didn't see what he said, but it sounds like it could have been whacked. Nathan says, David, FYI, should Harris Walz win, Minnesota's Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan would become the first Native woman to be governor of any state. I did not know that. That's very interesting. Thanks to Todd for the 20 euro super chat. Thanks to the masked Fokker, who says, always a superb broadcast. Joe says, thanks, Howard Stern, for introducing me to your show. He's a big fan, and now I am too. Please give Howard a shout out. Yes. Shout out to Howard Stern. How does Trump's rally goers not suffer from some kind of muscular atrophy? God bless the United States. That's above my pay grade. That's above my pay grade. I'm unable to weigh in on that. I just don't know. I want to say a huge thank you to S. Prez for gifting 42 subscriptions over on Twitch. And also thanks to Crowbars Forever, who puts us at 59. Let's listen.
We're cold beer, champagne, millionaires, stress and change and everything in between.
Yeah.
Ain't we all American? Ain't we all American? We got the same story, the same stripes, just wanna live that good.
All right, so a musical interlude as we continue to stand by, forthcoming for Mallory McMurrow, Gina Raimondo, Kathy Hochul, Sean Fain will be speaking. Then it'll be AOC and Hillary Clinton, and then onward and upward from there. So we are starting to very slowly head towards the sort of keynote big names of today. And then, of course, this is just day number 1 of 4. Super chats continue dropping in. GT says, good evening, David. Hope you're well. Thank you. Great to see you. Javier says, David, my partner and I are having our first child, a girl. Any quick advice for new parents? Here's my advice. You can't possibly prepare for it. And when people try to help you prepare, you just can't until you're in the middle of it. So don't even worry. You will learn everything you have to learn when the circumstances present themselves. That's the best advice. You know, people tried to tell me it's going to be like this, sir, and then that, and you've got to figure this, and this will feel that way, and this will feel this way. There's no way to really prepare until you're just in it. So that's what I would recommend. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. It's sort of like you have a plan for the fight until someone punches you in the face, and then the plan goes out the window. It's sort of like that. Thanks to Tiny Sir Jen for gifting 5 Twitch subscriptions. I really do appreciate that. I am keeping an eye on people who sign up at joinpacman.com, and I will be shouting out every single one of you momentarily. But the program continues forward. A couple of other things that I wanted to just show you real quick. They're not totally related to what's going on, but they are the news of the day. Here is George Santos sobbing and appearing to wear a Star of David on his lapel despite not being Jewish. And this is after pleading guilty today.
I'm taking responsibility because I have to. There's no other way around it. To my family, friends, and supporters, and the people of New York's 3rd Congressional District, I offer my deepest apologies. It has been the proudest achievement of my life to represent you, and I believe I did so to the best of my abilities. Yikes. But you also trusted me to represent you with honor and to uphold the values that are essential to our democracy. And in that regard, I failed you. I know that my actions have caused disappointment, frustration, and a loss of faith in me, and for that, I'm truly sorry. I also want to acknowledge the many people who have stood by me during this difficult time, my family, friends, and legal team.
I didn't think anyone stood by. Well, I guess his legal team, he's paying them.
Your support has been a source of strength, and I am determined to repay your faith in me by becoming a better person. Yeah. Moving forward, I am dedicated to making amends for the wrongs I have committed. I understand that there are legal consequences for my actions. Yeah. And I accept them fully.
As you can see, George Santos is really very, very, very sorry that he got caught and now is going to have to face some consequences. Gabe says from the UK, Harris Walls to protect the world, not just the USA. Been watching the channel since 2020 and the Rudy Giuliani hair dye meltdown. Great to have you here, Gabe, and welcome from the UK. Hope to make it there again soon. Yo Jimbo says, hey, David, any guess as to why Trump is so triggered by Kamala's Time magazine cover sketch? Is it pure childish jealousy? Yes, that's all it is. Trump will often sort of telegraph his insecurities. And he said at his rally over the weekend that he's more attractive than Kamala. And what that means is Trump recognizes that he's not more attractive than Kamala. And that is tough for him. That is really, really tough for him. Tommy says, did you forget that Santos is Jewish? Exactly. Yes, exactly. Adrian Beninksi says, thank you for giving me my daily dose of progressive political news from the U.S. Greetings from the Netherlands. Ad Benink. Yes, thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Tracy Gardner and Mart Fillion for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. We are now getting through a number of governors here. This is Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez from Wisconsin. And very, very soon, we will be getting into some very powerful moments here. We'll be hearing from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Hillary Clinton, David Pacman Show guest Jamie Raskin. We'll hear from a number of other individuals leading up to Jill Biden, Ashley Biden. Will they have the diary? And the Honorable Joe Biden, President of the United States. So a big, big night forthcoming. A few voicemails coming in just to drop in what is happening here.
Hello, David. This is Henry. I'm calling you here with my daughter.
Hi.
We have a couple of suggestions for your new books. We have bought all your kids' books, and I'm excited to buy your adults book. And Yari, my daughter, has a suggestion for you.
Yeah. We've been thinking about names for your future kids book. Like, think like a president, think like a doctor, think like a lawyer, think like a judge. And my dad also mentioned think like a billionaire. And yeah.
Awesome. So thank you. I also wanna congratulate you for the good information that you always provide us in your show, and you got all support. And I can't wait to get your book. All right.
What a beautiful message! What a great, great message! And yes, the book is forthcoming. Here is the cover: "The Echo Machine: How Right-Wing Extremism Created a Post-Truth America," by yours truly. You can pre-order it now on basically any platform. Amazon, Barnes & Noble. You can go to davidpacman.com/echo. It's everywhere. The book is everywhere. Audiobook, ebook, the entire thing. We currently have about 700 pre-orders, trying to get to 1,000 and then 2,000, and that's going to be a really great thing. So if you do pre-order the book, please email me a copy of the order, info@davidpacman.com, so we can track it. And also keep your receipt so you will get a bunch of free goodies, including, I am ready to say, we will be doing signed book plates. Okay, so everybody who pre-orders, we are currently in pre-order, everybody will get a signed book plate, which will be very, very exciting. Let's take a little bit of a listen.
Donald Trump abandoned us. He spread misinformation that cost lives. Compare that to 2021, when the Texas power grid went dark. Kamala Harris didn't just put out a tweet. She called me to make sure we had what we needed. Over the years, I've learned that Kamala Harris always calls. And not only does she call, she delivers. The very week she launched her campaign, she was down in Texas with vital FEMA assistance right after Hurricane Beryl. Kamala Harris cares. She will never risk lives for the sake of politics. And she's leading the charge to protect our communities from extreme weather. The Biden-Harris administration have announced at least $1 billion to help us with just that. And Houston is thriving. We deserve leaders who acknowledge the threats, heck, the existence of climate change. We deserve tough leaders who have our backs. We deserve compassionate leaders ready to help. That's Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Very good. Very well said. Thank you very much. Connor says, appreciate you, David. Will you be streaming every day of the DNC? That's the plan. Also, would be great if you chatted with Destiny soon. Love the debate with Prager. Yeah, I mean, Destiny was just on, but I would have him back on. I guess I don't know if I don't even know what platforms he's currently banned from. So it's all kind of hard to know. You know, you're navigating a very complex minefield there, but certainly something would be interesting to do. Daniel says monogords, caucasoids, and negroids for Harris Walls 24. Yeah, that's a pretty inside reference. Hopefully people know that one. Why do you think Bloomberg and George W. Bush don't say anything about Trump? I'm particularly interested in Bush's silence. I've been wondering the same thing, and I don't have an answer. GT says, also, David, my brother who was part of January 6th was just released from prison. He's writing a book and going on a social media tour about how he was falsely imprisoned by a communist state. Sad. Which communist state imprisoned him would be would be my question. I'm not really aware of which one that would be, but it's funny to hear. I want to say a big thank you to Howard Sion and Senator Larry Craig, who just signed up at joinpacman.com. Really appreciate their support, as well as a former fawn for the Twitch subscription. David, sir, any wrestlers making an appearance at the DNC? I know. What will be the DNC's answer to Hulk Hogan at the RNC? I don't know how they can possibly compete with that. Very difficult. Very, very difficult. Hagrid's Gooch has just subscribed via Twitch Prime. Very, very much appreciate that. When does Hillary speak? Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. We are now, let's see here. Actually, Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis was not even on the list for today. So it's really hard to estimate. It's really, really hard to estimate what's going and what's coming next. Jermaine says, David, sir, we are here and moving forward. Thank you and your staff for winning bigly. Jermaine's been a YouTube member for 41 months. I appreciate that. RTR says, does Harris run a risk with too much Hillary exposure? There's not much. Hillary's just speaking tonight, and that's it. And then Bill Clinton will be speaking later in this entire week. And the later, it might even be, might be Wednesday, although I don't exactly remember. No, I don't think they're overdoing the Hillary stuff. And by the way, my prediction, as someone who has never been the biggest fan of Hillary Clinton, my prediction is that when we see her today, she will be comparatively much more likable than maybe our recollection is, given everything that's happened the last 4 years, the riots, the dystopian apocalyptic insanity from the MAGA right wing, et cetera, et cetera. XYZ says, will you be signing book purchases via Amazon? Here's the way the signatures will work for my book, okay? Because the book is for sale in so many places, and it's not practical to be shipping books all over. If you pre-order the book, no matter where you do it, you will qualify for a signed book plate. It's like a little jacket sort of thing that will go inside the cover flap, and it'll be like the book is signed. Okay, so pre-order, keep a screenshot, keep your receipt. I'll be able to release an email address soon where you can send that to get, and there will be other perks as well, okay? But one of the things will be a signed book plate, which seems to be a big area of concern. Will I go to your house and sign it? You know, I'll be honest, S-Prez has donated 4,242 Twitch subscriptions. I probably should go to S-Prez's house and sign a book. I really probably should. It seems only fair. The logistics may be difficult, but I probably should. Camus says, imagine Hillary living to see the first woman president and it's not Hillary. Well, it very much may happen. Thanks to Ilavestis, Jared, and DPS for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Also, a huge thank you to Robin Monks, who just signed up on my website. As you can see, we have a bit of an interlude here. Just remember that really the best way to support the show, grab a membership at joinpacman.com. Okay? You see the coupon code over my head, Save Democracy 24. That's what's at stake here. And I will try to keep shouting people out. Let's get Jesse Ventura up there. We're actually trying to get Jesse Ventura back on the show. He issued a very interesting endorsement of Kamala Harris very recently. We'll hopefully have him on. David, you should find more occasions to stream. It seems to get more people involved in following you. Also nice to see you a bit more loose as well. Yeah, you know, it's a bit of a different audience in streaming. To be perfectly honest, the non-streaming audience, what am I trying to say? The VOD audience, the video on demand audience, has gotten so huge. We have a video that's only been out 4 hours. It's already got 1 million views. Today has the potential to be the best day ever on our YouTube channel, and everybody's killing. Brian Tyler Cohen is killing. Brian Cohen Tyler is killing. Tyler Brian Cohen is killing. Everybody's killing. And also, you know, Sam Cedar at the Majority Report, Luke Beasley, the Dollamores, Farron Cousins, Ring of Fire. Everybody is just killing because of the renewed interest in what's going on. I think we're doing something like 5 million views a day. It's really something. We have never seen anything like this proportionately. So I really appreciate everybody being here. But long story short, yes, streaming every day this week is the plan. David, with peace and love, I'm wondering if you plan on covering the MAGA Pacmanians carrying around fake jars of J.P. Mandel's male essence, with tears in my eyes, absolutely wild stuff. Yeah, it was hard to believe this, but it seemed as though there were people at a recent Trump rally carrying around prop jars of J.P. Mandel's semen, which was really jarring to see for a lot of different reasons. Scary, scary stuff. Michelle's asking if I'm doing a book tour. I hope to. The logistics of that are kind of being worked out right now. David, I've noticed the MAGA party have such high standards for Kamala, but fail to see that Donald Trump have yet to lay out serious policies. The bar is so low. The bar is really low for Trump, yeah. Mark, you did not see Trump right side eyebrow falling off in an interview you covered Friday. I would love to have Trump's eyebrow fell off. What on earth? Can someone get me the time code on that? I would love to look at that. At what point in that interview does Trump's eyebrow fall off? That is insane. How is that even possible? I'm going to look for that for a second while people investigate. Let's see. So I have the interview here. Does anybody have the time code where that happened? Well, anyway, I've got the interview queued. I just need the time code. Don't put any links in chat because those are deleted. Tell me the time code of the interview on the WLOS News clip. I would love to see how did his eyebrow fall off? It just doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what that means, to be totally frank. All right, Daniel, comments on the rift on the left with regard to the Middle East conflict. I'm not even paying attention, to be totally honest. At this point, I just don't even know. Okay, I mean, listen, Trump said, let Israel do whatever the hell they want, destroy Gaza, kill everyone, etc. We know Kamala's the better choice if you care about Palestinian lives. I'm voting for Kamala. I heard that some of them are protesting outside the DNC. I'm too busy here trying to preserve democracy to even get involved in that stuff. So that's kind of my view on it. Thanks to Phased Plasma Rifle for gifting 5 subscriptions on Twitch. Also, welcome to Wolfencore, who is new member number 80 today. There's no time code. His right eyebrow just looks loose. Let's check that out. Trump's right eyebrow looks loose. Let's see where they zoom in here. You know what? That's true. How on earth is his eyebrow covering his eyeball? It looks loose. It's the strangest thing. I don't even know. How could you have a loose eyebrow? But could this be the result of some plastic surgery that's pulling the wrong way? He has a loose eyebrow. I've never thought. It's sort of like, you know, that Seinfeld episode where George says something like, should teeth make noises? And it's just like, how can a tooth make a noise? It's just this mass. Trump's eyebrow looks loose. That is bizarre. And it's a completely different shape than the one on the left, over the left eye. Wow. Yeah, the left one looks totally normal. Wow, that's really wacky stuff. Really, really wacky stuff. Weaponized, I would even call it. Yeah, so you were right. Trump's eyebrow looks like it's about to fall off. It's very, very strange. Very strange. I've never seen things like that happen. Okay, David, sir, I appreciate your tireless effort to provide reflected and informative content. Greetings from Germany. Well, welcome, Felix. Felix staying up late for this. Great to see you. Does Harris need Bernie's endorsement like Biden did? I'm sure she would love it. Well, Bernie already said he's voting for Kamala Harris, so I guess he got the endorsement. He gave the endorsement. Just Jamie says, I've heard the argument protesters are only targeting Kamala because they know they can't get anywhere with Trump. Seems counterproductive, though. Whatever. I mean, honestly, whatever. We for the sake of every population on the planet, I am supporting Kamala Harris. David, sir, I've been considering getting into making politic content on YouTube. Any advice? Looking forward to the new book. Yes, make sure that your diction is appropriate and that you have good lighting and audio would be my advice. Making fun of Trump like that is lowbrow humor. I see what you did there. Very nice. Very nice. Keep up the good work, David, says Sean Breeden. Really appreciate that. And also a big thank you to Stage Presence, who just gifted a subscription at joinpacman.com. We have a lot happening here. We are listening to we are sort of watching Senator LaFonza Butler. This is one of the sort of getting to the, actually, she was supposed to speak an hour from now. So as usual, it's all wacky. It's all really wacky. But the sort of keynote speakers, I guess I would say, will be starting very, very soon. Very, very soon. Okay. Let's see if we want to do any other voicemails. Let's see.
Hey, David. It's Samuel from Tennessee, the moderate Republican supporter that you have. I know it's been a while since I called you. I've been so busy with school and everything. But I just wanted to call back and give you a quick update. After all the crazy stuff that's happened, I am going to throw my support to Kamala Harris.
Wow.
Because at least, even though I disagree with her politically, she is still a better choice than Donald Trump. And
there you go.
All the all the horrificness that Project 2025 is showing. So I will be voting for her. And also, it's been a while since I asked, but are you ever going to interview Mitt Romney? He's going to be leaving Congress very soon, I think.
Yeah, we've tried to get Mitt Romney on. Straight up, no response. He just didn't respond. And I'm not doing like a how dare he. He just didn't respond. Lots of guests don't respond. And we did not get a response. But I would be very interested in speaking with Mitt Romney. Law says, oh, the bonus show where you want to make money. Everyone else who makes money to fund themselves is bad. Yeah, let me see if I have that here. Hold on. Do I have that?
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your...
I guess I don't have it. Yeah, wait, is it under miscellaneous? Oh, no.
Oh, the bonus show where you want to make money, but everybody else that makes money to fund themselves is bad.
Yes, exactly. That's Alex Jones. VP Harris is going to mop the floor with Trump this election. As a public lands policy analyst for 20 plus years in Alaska, I would love to hear more from her about protection for the Tongass National Forest. Very much so. Just Jamie says, you mean Mitt Romney? Let me see if I have that. God, where are my glitches? Here.
A rhino named Mitt Romney.
A rhino named Mitt Romney. It's the that really makes it. Have I seen the Lincoln Project's response to the Trump campaign cease and desist letter? I have not. But interesting little programming note for you. Tomorrow on the program, I will be joined by Steve Schmidt, who last time he was on, his interview went gigaviral, not giga yikes, just gigaviral. And he's going to be back on tomorrow. If anybody has a particular question for Steve Schmidt, you can write to info@davidpacman.com, and very much looking forward to speaking with him. Last interview was fascinating stuff. Let's see what else we have here. Had a couple other things I wanted to go over with everybody. Oh, J.P. Mandel was asked, what does he think the minimum wage should be? And he kind of suggests he doesn't even think there should be one.
John Cole, Pennsylvania Capital Star, based in Philadelphia. As you talk about the economy, what does the Trump-Vance ticket believe the federal minimum wage should be if Trump gets a second term? would he support raising it, or should it stay the same? And is there a specific number that he would support it at?
Well, look, President Trump believes very strongly that the best way to promote raising Americans' wages is with tight labor markets. When an employer has got to pay a good wage to attract the right people, and you know the way that you destroy, whether you have a higher minimum wage or a lower minimum wage, the way to destroy the wages of American workers is to import 20 million illegal aliens and let them stay here with work visas.
It sounds like he doesn't necessarily want any minimum wage. Wow. Let's see what's going on here.
And parenthood.
Oh, hey, look. It's Aaron Parnis on the left. I know him. We were hanging out in D.C. recently. That's Lev Parnis' son. He does content.
I walked through the gates of my dream school as a first-generation college student. People my age are making big decisions about our lives, and we deserve a president who has our back. Not some power-hungry millionaire reality TV personality who only cares about himself. We need Kamala Harris. She'll deliver a future where we can decide if and when to start a family. A future where we can afford rent and groceries. A future where we're not crushed under student debt. A future where any free lunch kid can walk through the gates of their dream college. For young people, this is a fight for our future. We have a responsibility to do this, and we have a responsibility to do it right, and that's why we're going to show up for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
There you go.
And here now, with a musical performance, is Jason Isbell. Thank you.
I just sent Aaron a message. Nice cameo. Yeah, he was hanging around in D.C. He was not at the event I went to with Kamala Harris back in March, but he was there at a sort of like a, what would you call it? Like a cocktail hour sort of thing. So we were able to chat a little bit. So are there any new findings in the so-called assassination attempt? Certainly none that I'm aware of. None that I'm aware of. I want to say a big thank you to Eric Lavender, one of my favorite hues of color, lavender. Eric, you are new member number 82 today. Eric signed up at joinpacman.com and decided to pay full price. He said, give me the whole thing. Let's see what else we can check out here. This performance, who was this again? I just don't know. Jason Isbell. Huh, not even listed in the supposed schedule today, so that's really weird. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. David, I'm from Australia. I've been confused since 2016 as to how any sane human can look at Trump and think he's legit or intelligent. Yeah, I've also been confused about that. Junie says, with the midterms right around the corner, will you interview more MAGA candidates like you did in 2022? Yes, there's two problems we're having interviewing MAGA candidates. There's fewer of them, and many of them don't want to come on the show. They seem like they're realizing it's not a particularly good idea. But yes, I would love to have more MAGA candidates on. Jeff in Boston says, hard to believe the South Park "They Took Our Jobs" episode was 20 years ago, but Republicans are still running on the same message. They indeed are. Big thank you to Phased Plasma Rifle for gifting 5 subscriptions on Twitch. Oh, and then gifting 5 more. Let's see. Have I seen the Snoop Dogg horse Crip walking clip? Yes, it's one of my favorite clips of anything that I've ever seen. But my understanding is that the Snoop Dogg Crip walking video is not from these Olympics. I guess it was older. Let me see if I can find it. Snoop Crip walking. It is absolutely one of the funniest things I have ever seen. There's just something about the humor. Let's play it real quick. This is what's being referred to.
I like this.
They call this equestrian. By the way, look at that horse.
Did you? Oh, the horse crip walking, cuz. You see that? Oh, that's sad. That's gangsters of up. Hey! Oh, cuz. Oh, look at this, cuz.
Oh, come on, man.
This horse is off the chain. I gotta get this motherfucker in the video.
Oh, you see?
Oh, my God.
Snoop said I gotta put the horse in the video.
Motherfucker's off the chain. I need that.
Horse Crip walking is officially in the Olympics.
Man, you see that?
That's just good. It's such a genuine reaction. That is one of my favorite just random little clips that I've seen. Okay, let's see what else we have and what else is happening here. Thoughts on Kamala in North Carolina? I mean, listen, make Trump fight for North Carolina. Do I think Kamala is likely to win North Carolina? I don't. Do I think it's good to make Trump fight for it? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see here. I have a report from on the ground. I have contacts in law enforcement in Chicago, keeping me apprised as to what's going on with the protests. Let's see. Anti-Israeli protesters briefly breached a barrier around 5. Many people still waiting to get into the event. I'm on the perimeter. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. So that's a report from Chicago. Excellent. All right, let's see who's next here. We must be getting close to AOC and Hillary Clinton and sort of like what we might consider the main events today. I think we should be getting close. If you are just joining, oh, this is, hold on. I know who this is. I believe is that Elizabeth Schuler from AFL-CIO? Let's see. No, it's Gina Raimondo. Oh, God. That is horrible. As you can see, a lot of the speakers today are not exactly household names, even to me. So Gina Raimondo is speaking. Let's listen.
Growing up there in a middle-class family, my dad found his American dream in a watch factory in Providence. And that job gave him a way to provide for our family, a community for him to belong to, and so much pride. But like so many Americans in the 80s, after 25 years of his hard work, his job and the job of all of his friends was shipped overseas. You know, years later, my dad said to me, Gina, this happened because our leaders let us down. And my father was right. The Republicans in power who pushed failed economic strategy. Let's just cut taxes for the wealthy and leave everybody else behind. Well, not only did my father lose his job, but frankly, manufacturing left my state. Manufacturing withered in Rhode Island.
I'm hearing a lot of background talking. It's not clear whether the crowd is totally engaged with some of these early speeches, but we are expecting now at the top of the hour, we are going to indeed start sort of gathering steam, as the case may be. I do want to recognize and thank Brianna Scott for gifting 5 subscriptions on YouTube. We don't normally count YouTube subscriptions towards our goal, but because it's such a special evening, we will. Ali Reza says, David, do you think Democrats will flip a few states that they're not even anticipating right now? I really don't. I think maybe one bonus state. I don't think it will be so much of a blowout that it'll be that situation. William says the Echo machine is available for pre-order. Yes, here it is. I put it up on the screen. Pre-order it. Very much welcoming that. Also, Nevada's in play this year, big time or bigly. I am hopeful for a less stressful election 2024. I think the range of outcomes in November range from a narrow win for Trump to a blowout win for Kamala Harris. That's basically the gist of it. People are saying there's a better feed elsewhere. I think this is the feed that you're probably referring to. Except on this one, they're not putting up. They don't put up any. Hold on. Kamala Harris's feed. Let's see. Let's see what this one looks like. Oh, it's just the blank feed. Yeah, they don't put up people's names or anything like that. I kind of like the one that I don't know what makes it better, but I like that we have people's names here. I think that's useful to all of us. Thanks to Seaway for gifting 10 YouTube subscriptions. That puts us over 100. let's go for 150 just because it's such a special day and we're just sort of getting started here. If you want to leave voicemails related specifically to the DNC, you can do that at 219-2-DAVID-P. Tiffany Martinez just signed up on my website, joinpacman.com. Really appreciate that, Tiffany, very, very much. Let's see if we can look at like maybe one other thing. We looked at this. Trump worried about TV ratings for Harris's speech. Yeah, I think Kamala Harris's speech is going to absolutely crush ratings for Trump's speech. Not necessarily as an indication that she's going to win. I just think that she is less of a known quantity. And there is a lot of curiosity about how is this first major speech on the global stage, quite frankly, going to be. I think it's going to be absolutely huge. I think it will destroy Trump's ratings. It will make him feel insecure. It will make him feel flaccid and shriveled and diminished as if he has experienced some level of shrinkage. And I do expect a complete and total tantrum on Truth Central. I think it's very plausible. Speaking of Truth Central, I did want to just see whether Trump has been live trothing through this. No, he hasn't posted anything since this really got started in earnest. So they've probably got him kept busy to some degree. RTR says via Super Chat, we need to secure the Senate. John Tester huge. The Tester race is bigly huge for securing the Senate. And a lot of what will versus won't happen in the next 4 years, or at least 2, does depend not only on what happens at the top of the ticket in November, but also what happens to the Senate and also what happens to the House of Representatives. All of it, very, very, very important. Excuse me. Let me have a sip of water. All right. So who is the next speaker? I have no idea. Scheduled to be next was Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, and then Sean Fain, president of UAW, AOC, Hillary Clinton. It's really getting going now. So I think in the next 5 to 50 minutes, we are going to start seeing some pretty big stuff. Let's listen to a couple other people calling in.
Hey, David. I had a question. Do you think that Kamala Harris will address anything regarding the national debt and the growing interest payments we are having to service, and regarding the refinancing of this debt at a higher interest rate at some point in the future?
No, well, listen, it's sort of like your hall pass in American politics, that to get through, you have to say something about debt and deficit. But it is not, I mean, listen, even Republicans don't care about it. They like talking about it. But then when they get in office, they blow up the deficit worse than anybody. Trump blew it up worse than the whatever's requiring his 10 to 15 flushes. Bush blew it up, so they've lost the leg to stand on it. And it's not a big voting issue for people. So I don't want Kamala Harris to start obsessing about debt and deficit. Is it an issue? Yeah, it's an issue. Is everybody mostly talking? Are people mostly talking about it dishonestly or out of ignorance? Yes. And of course, debt as a percentage of GDP really is the sort of critical metric.
Hi, David. Waiting for the speakers to come on. I'm wondering if we're going to have any surprise guests. You think maybe Marilyn Lockheed would join us?
I would love it if Marilyn Lockheed spoke. I would love it if they brought out Tim Apple. That would be cool. For sure. I would love all of that stuff. Let me mention, just since we have a moment here, that it would be a great tribute to independent media if you were able to hit that subscribe button today. We are so close to 2.5 million. As many of you know, really the only other solo left-wing show that's not an ensemble show that has reached 2.5 million is my friend Brian Tyler Cohen. Yes, the Young Turks. Yes, Midas Touch. Pod Save America, I don't even know where they're at. They might only be at 1 million. But these are big staffed shows. As far as solo left-wingers on YouTube, it's Brian, and we are 84,000 subscribers away from it being both Brian and I. And so if you're here with complete respect and humility, I would love it if you hit the subscribe button. It's free. And also, I can't think of a more important year to really support independent media by signing up at joinpacman.com. And I would love it for you to do that. And I will shout out everyone I can, time permitting. Next, after Kathy Hochul, is scheduled to be Sean Fain, who a lot of people are saying will be a very explosive speech. I don't know if that's the case. I want to say a big thank you to Phased Plasma Rifle for gifting 5 more subscriptions on Twitch. And also a big thank you to Napa Skip Dog. Let's see here. A lot of sort of toilet humor happening, which, you know, we can kind of take or leave as the night progresses, I guess we would say. But people in the audience seem to be enjoying it, even though many in my audience seem to think that Kathy Hochul is a bit of a bore.
Living in a trailer to the middle class, like other families in my blue-collar community, they believed that with hard work, they could build a better future, not just for themselves, but for those with less hope and less opportunity. I'm proud of my roots and the values I learned: grit, determination, compassion. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz grew up with those same values.
There he is.
And those values have always defined the people of my state. Well, most of us anyway. Donald Trump was born a New Yorker, but ended up a fraud, a philanderer, and a felon. He wasn't raised with the New York values that I know. He never had to worry about childcare costs or groceries or rent. He never had to worry about anything or anyone but himself. Trust me, America.
Yeah. So that's all happening, and it's happening pretty well. Taylor says, sir, if there's any proof of reptilians in the government, it's folks like JD and DT. Chameleon-like morals, cold-blooded, lack of emotion, predatory. Lana says, my daughter and I love your show so much, she chose to go to UMass Amherst because of your success. Keep up the good work. Well, that is amazing, Lana. Thank you. Here's the thing for your daughter to know, if she doesn't want to sound like an outsider. It's pronounced Amherst. Ignore the H, okay? These outsiders used to show up and they'd say, I go to UMass Amherst. No, absolutely not. Okay. It's as if it were spelled AMMERST. That's a little tip, kids. Riv says, what about Kyle Kulinski of Secular Talk? He is OG. Yeah, no, but so what I was talking about is what single host shows on the left are above 2.5 million subscribers. And there's one, it's Brian Tyler Cohen. And hopefully very, very soon, hold on, where is it? Very, very soon, we may be able to get there. Okay? Very, very soon. That's what we are standing by for. There's lots of people under those numbers. The question is, how many are there over those numbers? That's really the critical element. Big thank you to Amanda Brennan and Brian Boney, numbers 115 and 116 today. If you're just joining us, it is past 9 p.m. in the East, 6 p.m. in the West. And we are expecting the next speaker will be Sean Fain, president of the United Automobile Workers, followed by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, subsequently followed by Hillary Rodham Clinton, building towards, with like 15 more speakers after that, building towards Joe Biden a little bit later on, which I think will be interesting, especially since it is outside of that 10-4 schedule that Joe Biden reportedly prefers to stick to. So I do think that that's going to be interesting to see, and that will be coming up very, very soon. Other things I had for you, see what else I had here. Oh, well, let me wait and see who's next. Hold on. Okay, let me see if I can squeeze this in. Trump tried to talk about crypto and it was as humiliating as ever.
The electricity demands of AI and cryptocurrencies, which is a very big subject. It's coming up more and more, and we have to stay at the top. We want to be right at the forefront. Otherwise, China and other countries will take it over. That's both of them, AI and crypto. The electricity demands of...
So as you can see, Trump completely clueless. He has no idea what he's talking about, but very, very frequently talking about crypto now, despite not understanding it in the least. Finley Craig says, jokes aside, your work is really incredible. You cut through the noise and headlines and don't fall into the hype. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I know you've been around and supporting for a while, and really, really appreciate you. Thanks also to Amanda Jo Johnston, who just signed up on my website and is new member 118 today. I believe that Sean Fain is next, marking the unofficial start of the, after him, I guess, of the big names here today. That will be momentarily tomorrow, Wednesday, and culminating on Thursday, of course. The Democratic National Convention is indeed happening. Let's see. Oh, someone says, ask Tim Miller for help getting Mitt Romney on. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. AJ says, have you seen Candace Owens' wacky anti-Semitic rants? I've seen notes about them, but I haven't actually seen them. You know, the last time that Candace Owens spoke about me, I think I have this here. Hold on. Where is it? She had some choice words for me. Oh, no, I don't have it, you know. I thought I had it, but I guess I don't. Nope, too bad. Anyway, she said I have no soul the last time that Candace Owens was asked about me. Camus says, wait, wasn't crypto only big in like 2014 before everyone knew it was a pyramid scheme? Yeah, it's interesting that Trump now is talking about crypto so much when it's certainly not in the news as much as it used to be. But, you know, he eventually gets around to stuff. I don't know. Let's hit one more voicemail here.
Congratulations. The Democratic machine appears to have gotten their act together, and it looks like they have a strong chance of winning this election, much to my dismay and much to your pleasure. The question is, must I accept that new reality? Well, I must. I have no choice.
Okay.
At least in my own mind, there was a victory. And that is that I did not vote for Kamala Harris or Kamala Harris or Kamala Harris.
Right. It'll be President Kamala Harris. And of course, you would have to be really ignorant or depraved to think that Kamala Harris is a communist. What's really funny is there's a ton of people on the left who don't like her because she's very obviously not a communist. Simultaneously, people who wrongly think she is a communist, and then those who don't like her because they wish she were a communist. All right, here she is. Wow.
Obama.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. It is so good to be with everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you for your historic leadership, for your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you. Thank you, Joe. And looking out at everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk of life are here, united by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward. With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Wow.
Good night, everyone.
And night one of the DNC continues. A little bit of a cameo there from the soon-to-be official nominee herself. Kamala Harris happens to be the vice president. Certainly, I am sure that Donald Trump will have a problem with the fact that she laughed, and she did it in a very particular way that is bad, and she doesn't sound like someone who should be laughing to Donald Trump. Seemed completely fine and uneventful to me. Seemed completely and totally normal in every way.
Hello, Chicago! And hello to everyone tuning in from all across America. Welcome to the first night of the Democratic National Convention. Now, how is that for an opening act? I'm just saying. Now, as our vice president just said, over the next 4 days, we will be bringing folks together from all around the country, people from every walk of life, to talk about this nation we love and about a candidate who has devoted her life to public service, who never shies away from a righteous fight, and who always stands up for the people. We are going to talk about the choice America faces in this election. It's a choice not just between two very different candidates, but between two very different futures. We will hear from everyday Americans about what is truly at stake in this campaign. The future of our middle class, the future of reproductive rights, the future of our climate, our security, our schools, the future of our freedom, the future of our very democracy. We will see the vision of our nominee. It is a vision of stability, security, and opportunity for everyday Americans, where we continue to grow this economy by growing the middle class, and where the safety of our children, our families, and our communities are a fundamental civil right. It is a future where, instead of scoffing at allies and fawning over dictators, our president stands up for our friends, faces down our adversaries, and American democracy remains a beacon of hope and inspires the world to take on our biggest challenges together. We'll learn the story of a leader who has dedicated her life to doing the work of making good on the promise of America. A leader who understands the middle class because she grew up in the middle class. A leader who has taken on powerful interests at every step of her career and fought for the rights and freedoms of all of us. And then, of course, we will hear again from the Democratic nominee herself, the next President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. because she has a message for us. It is a message that's joyful, not mean-spirited. A message of public service, not self-service. A message of optimism and opportunity, not chaos and division. A message that has woken us up to who we are, to who we've always been. Because Americans are not a cynical people. We are not small-minded. And whether we realize it right now or not, we are currently already writing a new chapter of the American story. And we can dream as big as we want. So I just want to ask you, are you excited? Yeah? Well, good. Are you ready? Okay. Well, then I challenge you to make this the moment you get off the sidelines and into the game. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Because when we fight, what happens? We win. And we are going to win this thing together. And while we're doing it, we are going to have a whole lot of fun. So let's get started.
Right. Wow. Very atmospheric.
Please welcome 9-time NBA champion and coach of the 2024 Olympic gold-winning men's basketball team, Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr hit some critical threes in some NBA finals, that's for sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It is so fun to be back here in the United Center. And as you guys know, a lot of good stuff has happened in this building, especially in the 90s. You young people, Google Michael Jordan and you can read all about it, okay? So there was an amazing vibe in this building back in those days. And I feel that same winning spirit here tonight. So the last time I was in a packed basketball arena was in Paris, France. 9 days ago, some of the best players on earth, 12 incredible American men, came together to win Olympic gold. And the next night, I was back in that same building watching 12 more of the best players on earth. Our incredible American women do the same thing. And I cannot think of a better metaphor for what this country is all about than the way Team USA came together at the Olympics. We had players from across our wonderful country, players who have trained and fought relentlessly, shed tears trying to beat one another throughout their careers, joining forces to wear the red, white, and blue. And when we won, the American flag raised to the rafters, the national anthem playing, gold medals draped around the necks of our players, whose hands were held over their hearts. It was the proudest moment of my life. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could never have imagined that a few days later I would receive an invitation to step into a different kind of arena. And so here I am. I know very well that speaking out about politics these days comes with risks. I can see the shut up and whistle tweets being fired off as we speak. But I also knew as soon as I was asked that it was too important as an American citizen not to speak up in an election of this magnitude.
Right.
The reason I said yes to speaking here tonight is that as a coach and former player, as a husband, a son, a father, even a grandfather, and as an American, I believe in a certain kind of leadership. I believe that leaders must display dignity. I believe that leaders must tell the truth. I believe that leaders should be able to laugh at themselves. I believe leaders must care for and love the people they are leading. I believe leaders must possess knowledge and expertise, but with the full awareness that none of us has all the answers. And in fact, some of the best answers often come from members of the team. And if you look for those qualities in your friends or your boss or an employee or your child's teacher or your mayor, then shouldn't you want those same qualities in your president?
What an idea.
And when you think about it that way, this is no contest. With Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I see all those qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter. By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome. Although, I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season, all right? But listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics, that is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country. Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team. Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States. And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
Steve Kerr, an all-around good guy. Great to see him here. Also want to say a very special welcome over on YouTube to fellow YouTuber Jesse Cox, who has a YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers. Jesse, great to see you. It is quite a night, really quite a night. We are expecting some of the big names any moment now, even bigger than Steve Kerr. How could it be? But it will be. I want to announce the heretofore unmentioned coupon code DNC Not Weird. This is an unpublished coupon code. It's not above my head. You just have to listen. Turn on your listening ears. The coupon code on my website, DNC Not Weird, all one word, 60% discount. Keep it forever. It even will apply to the lifetime membership if you so please. A critical day towards trying to shore up American democracy and prevent cynical clowns from taking it over. DNC Not Weird is the code. Michelle Holman, I appreciate, who has just signed up on my website. Let's get to some of the super chats before the next speaker. Mike says, hi from Montreal. Surprised people don't see how cringe the Republican convention was. How do you see the current state of political discourse improving or becoming more polarized? Oh, it's going to become more polarized until hopefully it'll go the other way in November. Here is Sean Fain, known to be a good speaker. Let's listen.
All right. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Wow.
Good evening, America, and good evening to the people that make this world move, the working.
He seems to have some kind of shirt that he's going to reveal, right? It says Trump something, maybe?
On behalf of 1 million active and retired members of the UAW, I am honored to support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be our next president and vice president.
Trump is a scab. Yeah, that could be.
And I want to say thank you to Joe Biden for making history by walking the picket line with the UAW. For the UAW and for working class people everywhere, this election comes down to one question. Which side are you on? On one side, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who have stood shoulder to shoulder with the working class. On the other side, we have Trump and Vance, two lapdogs for the billionaire class who only serve themselves. So for us in the labor movement, it's real simple. Kamala Harris is one of us. She's a fighter for the working class. And Donald Trump is a scab.
There it is. Yikes.
That's not just my opinion. That's a fact. All we have to do is look at the track record. When Donald Trump was president, corporate America ran wild. Donald Trump did not bring back the auto industry. When Donald Trump was president, auto plants closed. Trump did nothing. Trump told workers in Lordstown, Ohio, that he would be bringing all the auto jobs back. And Trump did nothing. In 2019, General Motor workers went on strike for 40 days for good jobs and a better life. And Trump did nothing. Talk is cheap. But in 2019, you know who was on the picket line standing shoulder to shoulder with auto workers? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are Kamala Harris. In 2023, who helped bring jobs back to Lordstown, Ohio? Kamala Harris. And in 2024, who will stand with the working class in our fight for justice? Kamala Harris. And that's the difference. Donald Trump is all talk, and Kamala Harris walks the walk. Woo. In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, It's getting hot in here. It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up. The American working class is in a fight for our lives. And if you don't believe me, just last night, blue-collar workers, the UAW members at Cornell University had to walk out on strike for a better life because they're fighting corporate greed. And our only hope is to attack corporate greed head on. Corporate greed turns blue-collar blood, sweat, and tears into Wall Street stock buybacks and CEO jackpots. It causes inflation. It hurts workers. It hurts consumers, and it hurts America. And corporate greed is alive and well in the auto industry. You know, last fall, we achieved life-changing gains in our strike at the Big Three. We even won a commitment to reopen a closed plant not too far from here. We were able to do that thanks to the support of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the thousands of auto workers that went on strike. But a year later, one company wants to go back on their commitments in our contract. And let me be clear, Stellantis must keep the promises they made to America in our union contract. And the UAW will take whatever action necessary at Stellantis or any other corporation to stand up and hold corporate America accountable. And when the UAW stands up, we know who stands with us and who stands against us. Donald Trump laughs about firing workers who go on strike.
True.
And Kamala Harris stands shoulder to shoulder with workers when they're on strike. And that's the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump the scab. Trump is pushing divide and conquer tactics of the rich. It's the oldest trick in the book. They want to blame the frustrations of working class people. They want to take those frustrations, they want to blame it on race. They want to blame it on LGBTQ plus people. They want to blame it on some destitute and desperate person at the border. They do that because they want working class people to be divided and to focus and keep the focus off the one true enemy, corporate greed. The rich think we're stupid, but working class Americans see this for what it is. This is our generation's defining moment. So I have a question for you. Are you ready to stand up, speak up, and show up and put Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the White House? We need a defender of the working class in the White House, someone who is one of us and someone who knows how to fight. And that fighter is the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank
you. Very, very powerful speech there from United Auto Workers Union. A president, Sean Fain, revealing his Trump is a scab shirt. And as you can see, the night is indeed starting to build. And here we will hear from Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is next.
Chicago! Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision. And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership. You know, 6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City. I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure, and we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake, and we were tired of a cynical politics that seemed blind to the realities of working people. It was then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress. And America, in my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as President and Vice President of the United States of America. I am here tonight because America has before us a rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. In Kamala Harris, I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families. And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends. And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life. The truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business. To love this country is to fight for its people. All people, working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there. You know, ever since I got elected, Republicans have attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending. But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living. Imagine having leaders in the White House who understand that. Leaders like Kamala and Tim. But Chicago, just because the choice is clear to us does not mean that the path will be easy. Over the next 78 days, we will have to pour every ounce, every minute, every moment into making history on November 5th. But we cannot send Kamala and Tim to the White House alone. Together, we must also elect strong Democratic majorities in the House and in the Senate so that we can deliver on an ambitious agenda for the people.
Right.
Because if you are a working parent trying to afford rent and childcare, Kamala is for you. If you are a senior who had to go back to work because your retirement didn't stretch far enough, Kamala is for you. If you're an immigrant family just starting your American story, Kamala is for you. America, when we knock on our neighbor's door, organize our communities, and elect Kamala Harris to the presidency on November 5th, we will send a loud message that the people of this nation will not go back. We choose a new path and open the door to a new day, one that is for the people and by the people. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. God bless you all.
Excellent, excellent speech by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, hitting all the right notes, keeping it a positive message. Welcome to everybody who's just joining us. We are really in the meat of DNC Day 1 tonight. I believe Hillary Clinton will be next as far as the big speakers are concerned. Hearing another interlude here from Tony Goldwyn. I want to say thank you to Tracy Filler, Corinna Finkelstein, and John Schulte, the last three folks to sign up on my website. Folks, we've got a secret hidden coupon code. It's DNC Not Weird, no spaces. DNC Not Weird. You can use it at joinpacman.com, and I so appreciate everybody who's here. Nathan says this AOC speech will massively trigger Trump. I wonder if he'll say that she looked like Camilla. AG Silver says Obama. Wilco says Union Made. I don't know if that's deliberately the wrong made or what's up with that. Let's see if we have a moment here to just squeeze in one voicemail.
Hey, David. Sitting here doing my dishes, waiting for the speakers to come on, wondering, think we're ever going to have good H2O again? On that note, any thoughts on the air? And if I'll ever be able to just flush once.
Right.
Thank you.
A lot of internal plumbing questions that I really wish we would get answers to from Kamala Harris. She somehow, it's really weird to have someone running for president who's not obsessed with toilets. It's really a breath of fresh air. Thank you to Happy Trees as well as Spunky for the Twitch Prime subscriptions. Really appreciate all of you and everybody here. Wolfman says Kamala Bunga. Okay. Let me see if I have anything else here.
My donations of memberships is not in support of your politics. It's not in support of the Democratic Party. It's not in support of any of the left-wing ideas, concepts, theories, fill in the blank. It is merely an act to support you as a human being because I believe, in spite of our political differences, that you're generally a good guy.
All right, I'll take it.
And I separate the man from his politics.
Thank you.
And this is not a trolling message. This is a reality.
All right. Well, I will accept it. Thank you very much. DH says DNC still hasn't realized that Hillary needs to sit this one and the rest out. I don't think there's any big deal with Hillary speaking on the first day of the DNC. No issue whatsoever. What are your opinions on Alan Lichtman prediction? Well, I mean, listen, there's two choices. You predict that Harris will win or you predict Trump will win. I think he's currently saying Harris will win. I think it is the most likely outcome, so we will see. DC says, sir, how has not taking calls on Fridays been going? Yeah, you know, I don't want to assume that there's cause and effect here, but since we stopped taking live calls on the Friday show, we had the best month ever in July and are going to have an even better month in August. So causation, correlation, who knows? Who knows? But certainly something there to consider.
Good evening. I'm Stacy Johnson Batiste, and this is my mom, Doris Johnson. We are so excited and honored to be here with you. Kamala and I have known each other for a long time. We met at Berkwood Hedge School. We hit it off immediately and became each other's very first best friends. Our moms also became fast friends.
And on weekends, we would pile into my 1966 Mustang, and Kamala's mom, Shamala, would sit in the front with me, and Kamala and Maya and Stacy would sit in the back, and off we would go to a movie or some adventure.
My mom still has that Mustang.
I do.
Kamala and I both get our grit from our mothers. Kamala has always been a protector. One day at school, we made clay art projects during story time when they were outside on tables to dry. For whatever reason, a boy in our class took mine, threw it on the ground, and it shattered. Kamala jumped in between him and me and said something that made him so mad, he picked up a rock or something and hit her on the head. Blood came streaming down. The school called Shamala to come take her to the hospital. The stitches she got left a scar over one of her eyes. She still has it. That's the kind of person Kamala has always been from the very beginning. Someone who doesn't hesitate to stand up for what's right, to take up for the underdog, and to stand up to bullies.
Edgy story.
I have seen it time and again, whether the bully is an individual, a gang, or a corporation. She fights for all of us. Before we go, I know my mom has one more thing to say.
Kamala, your mom would be so proud of you.
All right, and the DNC continues. Speaking of obsessions with toilets, I do want to say thanks to a user who goes by the name Shartfire for the Twitch Prime subscription, and also a huge dump of new members that I want to say thanks to from the website. But it is time for Hillary Clinton to speak.
energy in this room, just like there is across the country. Something is happening in America. You can feel it. Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden. He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad. He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House. And he showed what it means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your lifetime of service and leadership. And now we are writing a new chapter in America's story. You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became the final state to ratify the 19th Amendment to the Constitution. The state legislature was deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. "No more delays," she wrote. "Give us the vote." And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless black congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents, poor children, the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president. Nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams. And afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here. My mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, "Keep going." Shirley and Jerry would say, "Keep going." rushing to afford child care, young people struggling to pay their rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. The story of my life and the history of our country is that progress is possible but not guaranteed. We have to fight for it and never, ever give up. There is always a choice. Do we push forward or pull back? Come together as we the people, or split into us versus them? That's the choice we face in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward. I know her heart and her integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. As a prosecutor, Kamala locked up murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history, the first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room. We also know, as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients. She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares. cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court, Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand. So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record. He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar. But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us. What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. The freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. Because, my friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way,
This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
Excellent, excellent speech from Hillary Clinton. We will do a very, very quick tantrum check. Is Trump tantruming on Truth Social? He's just retruthing things like crazy, but otherwise, no, it seems that they are keeping him under control. Very, very good speech. And, you know, I saw one comment that really resonated with me when Hillary Clinton came out, and there were some people in the chat who started kind of going negative. First of all, her public speaking skills should speak for themselves, but a lot of that crapping on Hillary stuff is why there's no Roe v. Wade right now, okay? Critically important to understand and to remember that. So let's maybe take a little easy with that and kind of understand the stakes that we are dealing with here. We will be now building towards the final and sort of keynote speaker of the day, which is going to be President Joe Biden. Now, I think that they probably will be curtailing some of the planned speakers because there were scheduled to be, you're not going to believe this, there were scheduled to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people who were supposed to speak between Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. With the sort of time constraints that I understand they're working with and the desire to get Biden's speech to kind of wrap, as I understand it, in time for local news at 11 p.m. in the East, I guess they're probably going to curtail some of these speeches. I don't know. We also are aware that President Obama will be speaking later in the week. President Clinton will be speaking later in the week. And that is a lot. Let's hear from James Clyburn.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and good evening. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Four years ago, Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made, selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him. I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences. In the introduction of my memoir, I wrote, all my experiences have not been pleasant, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproduction freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0, Kamala has been offering the American people enlightened proposals and visionary leadership. Having grown up in a parsonage, I often look to the good book for understanding and guidance. As 2 Corinthians informs, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Our great democracy has been tested, and so has the basic goodness of the American people. But our resolve to remain a great country with freedom and justice for all will not falter. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union, united in our common purpose and emboldened by our resolve to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of these United States of America. Thank you and Godspeed.
Well, we continue on night one of the DNC. There is Congressman Jim Clyburn, expected to be followed by Jamie Raskin based on the original schedule. We will see if that happens. I saw a funny comment about, is this what it's like for it to just be normal? And it's like, yeah, it kind of is. I mean, it's all kind of normal. How late will it go? I have no idea. It was supposed to wrap by 11 Eastern. It all seems to be running very behind. There are 12 speakers scheduled still before President Biden, but I don't know if they are sticking to that. Big thank you to John Kelly, Napoleon Gully, Joel Gittleman, Parker Barrett, Janet Wambold, Raphael Kaufman, and Derek Evans for signing up on my website. We do have a coupon code for today. Very special one. It's called DNC Not Weird. It's just not weird tonight. I don't know how else to say it. Super chats are coming in. Taylor says being the only non-MAGA in your immediate family is really hard this time around. Thanks for giving me an outlet and giving me talking points. Well, you're always welcome here, Taylor. Great to see you. Nathan says, for what it's worth, Fox isn't even showing this speech, instead wondering out loud if voters will vote Trump because they're mad with what happened with Biden. You know, I could imagine someone being so furious with how Kamala Harris ended up being the presumptive and soon-to-be official nominee that you stay home. I really struggle to think anyone would be so depraved and ignorant that they would say, I was going to vote Biden, but because I don't like how Kamala Harris ended up being the nominee, I'm going to go and vote for Donald Trump, who presumably I thought was bad for the country. It's really, really difficult for me to imagine that. Doesn't mean it's not possible. Doesn't mean it's not possible, but it's just, country of 330 million, I guess there's a little of everything, but we will see. We will see sooner. 78 days at this point.
Jamie Raskin.
All right, here's Jamie Raskin.
Hello, America. And welcome to the Democracy Convention. Welcome to the Freedom Convention. And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity.
Not bad.
Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators. Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
Indeed.
You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, or the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked, 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden. It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous claim raised by this sore loser who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women.
Wow.
Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed.
Oh, man.
Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration in denouncing him, an historical record. And Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor. They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back to the days of election suppression and violent insurrection? We're not going back. Well, look. 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president, inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity? That's right. We're going to elect Kamala Harris. We're going to elect the career prosecutor and inspiring public servant and Coach Walls, and we're going to defeat Donald Trump, the career criminal and incorrigible recidivist con man, and his pet chameleon, J.D. Vance. And America, let's make it a landslide so big that Donald Trump and his kangaroo Supreme Court justices cannot even try to steal it.
That's the point.
Let's make every vote count. Let's make sure every vote is counted. Let's let freedom ring, and let's let democracy work in America.
Very nicely done there by Congressman Jamie Raskin. Scheduled next, assuming we stick to the original schedule, is Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Yes, it is. And here she is.
Well, good evening, America! On November 5th, our nation will hire a president, a commander-in-chief, and leader of the free world. So let's compare their resumes, shall we? One candidate worked at McDonald's while she was in college at an HBCU. HU. The other was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and helped his daddy in the family business. Housing discrimination, that is. She became a career prosecutor while he became a career criminal. With 34 felonies, 2 impeachments, and 1 porn star to prove it. Her entire career as an elected district attorney Attorney General and Senator, she's always worked for one client, the people. Meanwhile, he's a 78-year-old, lifelong predator, fraudster, and cheat, known for inciting violent mobs. Listen, y'all, he's only looked out for one person, himself. As women are dying, he is bragging about overturning Roe. And y'all know I come from Texas. And right now in Texas, come on, Texas. But right now in Texas, they want to institute the death penalty. That is a problem. While Kamala Harris is fighting for our reproductive rights to be restored. She is also the leader we need on the global stage. She helped secure the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Russia. At the same time, he cozies up to his role model, Vladimir Putin, and MAGA holds legislation hostage here at home, critical resources to secure the border, military aid to Ukraine, and even the Farm Bill. She's lived the American dream while he's been America's nightmare. America, looking at the two choices before you, who would you hire? Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris has a resume. Donald Trump has a rap sheet. She presides over the Senate while he keeps our national secrets next to his thinking chair. Y'all know
toilet.
what I said that other time. In Mar-a-Lago. Well, Donald Trump wants to put our 1787 Constitution through his Project 2025 paper shredder and make every day January 6th, Kamala Harris is fighting to fulfill the promise of America. In the real world, this wouldn't even be close. But this election is. Don't make a mistake. We are the underdogs in this fight, even though there is only one person qualified, only one person who's done the work, and who has delivered the results. And she needs you. She needs your one vote this November. Can we count on you? Some of you know a little bit of my history, some of you don't, so let me tell you. I was a public defender. I did criminal defense as well as practiced civil rights law for almost 2 decades. I know a good prosecutor when I see one. Kamala Harris is the kind of prosecutor we long for in the cases like those of Breonna Taylor. Yeah. She was the first attorney general in the nation to order that her officers wear body cams, and she started the Back on Track program to reduce recidivism. Listen, y'all, she did all these things because she genuinely cares about people. She sees each person as just that, a person, not a statistic. She's proven that since the first day she stepped into a courtroom and said what y'all already heard Hillary say, I did not copy out for her speech. I just want y'all to know. She walked into that courtroom and said, Kamala Harris for the people. And she meant that. Many of you know her credentials. But what I love about Kamala Harris goes beyond her resume, is that she sees the humanity in everyone. She's the only candidate in this race who is capable of empathy. When I first got to Congress, I wasn't sure I made the right decision. The Chaos Caucus couldn't elect a speaker, and the Oversight Committee was unhinged. I was going through all of this when I visited the Vice President's residence for the first time. As I approached Vice President Harris for our official photo, she turned to me and asked, "What's wrong?" Mind you, we'd never met, but she saw right through me. She saw the distress. I immediately began crying. And the most powerful woman in the world wiped my tears and listened. It's so hard for me to tell this story. She then said, among other things, "You are exactly where God wants you. Your district chose you because they believe in you, and so do I." I'm gonna stop. Okay. The next month, I went viral for the first of many times to come for hitting Republicans with a dose of their own medicine. That brief but impactful interaction gave me my legislative legs, and I've been running ever since. The question before us is, will a vindictive, vile villain violate voters' vision for a better America or not? I hear alliterations are back in style. We deserve better. We deserve a president who can be a bright light in a sea of darkness. One who will pull us forward, because we won't go back. Amanda Gorman said it best: "There's always light if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to be it." Kamala Harris showed me that light. And America, when she is our president, together we will shine as that beacon of hope and freedom around the world once more. God bless y'all.
Another very good speech from Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Scheduled next is Congresswoman Grace Meng. Let's see if that happens. Drum and Coke says via Super Chat, Kamala made ends meet at McDonald's as a young woman. Trump is made of 91% McDonald's as an old man. Very aggressive. Very, very aggressive. Thanks to Cedric Carter for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. And a huge thank you to the gifted lifetime membership on my website. Incredible, incredible. Great seeing so many people coming out today. Let's see if we can squeeze in just one voicemail before the next speech.
David, sir, with tears in my eyes, I'm sitting here and I'm trying so hard. I'm trying desperately to subscribe to your Twitch channel, and it just won't let me.
Okay, I don't know anything about that. Let's see one more.
Hey, David, sitting here waiting for Biden's speech, just kind of going through the Trump presser with all the breakfast foods behind him, wondering if you think that he had to show his ID for any of that stuff.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
You famously have to show ID to buy bread in Donald Trump's world. Thanks to Metadonut for the Twitch Prime subscription. I will be live all 4 nights of the DNC. Make sure that you are subscribed on the YouTube channel. You'll, I guess, be notified for future nights. We have these beautiful numbers of YouTube subscribers that have just been building as the night goes on. And as we go to the next speakers.
You're expecting a baby. Packing for the hospital should be a joyful moment. For us, it was different. We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home.
Wow.
For 3 days, we waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing. I don't remember what I threw into our bag that day, only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting. This is about fighting for our families. And as Kamala Harris says, our future.
Wow.
Every time I share our story, my heart breaks. For the baby girl we wanted desperately, for the doctors and nurses who couldn't help me deliver her safely, for Josh, who feared he would lose me too. But I was lucky. I lived. So I'll continue sharing our story, standing with women and families across the country. Today, because of Donald Trump, more than 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives under an abortion ban. A second Trump term would rip away even more of our rights. Passing a national abortion ban, letting states monitor pregnancies and prosecute doctors, restricting birth control and fertility treatments. We cannot let that happen. We need to vote as if lives depend on it, because they do.
Two years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter, Lauren, couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life.
Dear God.
No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for reproductive rights and our freedom and our shared future.
Growing up, I was an all-American girl. Varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor. I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive.
That was the first time I was ever told, you have options. I can't imagine not having a choice. But today, that's the reality for many women and girls across the country because of Donald Trump's abortion bans. He calls it a beautiful thing. What is so beautiful about a child having to carry her parent's child? There are other survivors out there who have no options. And I want you to know that we see you. We hear you. Kamala Harris will sign a national law to restore the right to an abortion. She will fight for every woman and every girl, even those who are not fighting for her. And now, I am honored to introduce another champion for women, a leader who's fought for me and for so many others, Governor Andy Beshear.
Wow. Very, very powerful stuff here.
Hadley Duvall is one of the bravest people I've ever met. I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country. That's why we must tear away any chance he can ever be president ever again. In 21 states, Trump's actions have resulted in extreme bans on abortion in my state, even in cases of rape, incest, and non-viable pregnancies. That leaves 12-year-old girls like Hadley with no options. That fails any test of humanity, any test of basic decency, any test of whether you have any underlying empathy. Thankfully, this extremism is being soundly rejected all over our country. In Kentucky, we put reproductive freedom on the ballot last November, and I beat Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell's hand-picked candidate by more than 5 percentage points.
Big win.
This November, we're going to beat them again. Elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz and protect reproductive freedom. Folks, Donald Trump appointed the Supreme Court justices who got us into this mess. His Project 2025 goes even further. Here's the thing. Trump and Vance simply don't believe in your freedom. Trump says people are absolutely thrilled that women had their basic rights eliminated. J.D. Vance says women should stay in violent marriages and that pregnancies resulting from rape are simply inconvenient. Their policies give rapists more rights than their victims. That's not inconvenient, it's just plain wrong. And a woman grieving a non-viable pregnancy shouldn't be required to carry it to term just to listen to her child die or to hear no sound at all. All women should have the freedom to make their own decisions. Freedom over their own bodies. Freedom about whether to pursue IVF. Freedom about whether to have children at all. How we treat people transcends party lines. It goes right to the heart of who we are. My faith teaches me the golden rule that I am to love my neighbor as myself. And the parable of the Good Samaritan says we are all each other's neighbors. So I want anyone watching tonight, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to know that you are welcome here. We believe in an America where we live out our values, end anger politics once and for all, and move beyond this us versus them by remembering we are all Americans. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lead. They both called to ask how they could help Kentucky in recovering from natural disasters. They helped us improve our roads, our bridges, and invested in our people. They didn't ask me who Kentuckians voted for. They asked me what Kentuckians needed, and folks, they delivered. Kamala Harris gets it. She knows we must move beyond anger, extremism, and division, that everyone has dignity and deserves respect. America, we're going to win. And we're going to win by staying true to our values of compassion, empathy, and doing right by our neighbors. I'm so proud to be all in for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Andy Beshear, super strong, really a rising star of the Democratic Party, excellent speaker, normal guy, not weird, meeting all of those increasingly rare almost characteristics that you just don't find over on the Republican side. They're so weird. It's a very strange thing. Scheduled next is Senator Raphael Warnock.
Hello, America. Thank you so very much. On January 5th, 2021, the people of Georgia did an amazing thing. They sent a black kid who grew up in public housing and the Jewish son of an immigrant to the United States Senate in one fell swoop. And among those Georgians was my then 82-year-old mother. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia. Do you know where that is? It's Waycross, Georgia. She grew up in Waycross, Georgia, where she picked other people's cotton and other people's tobacco. But because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton and somebody else's tobacco picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. This is my America. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, America, for raising your voice and using your vote. A vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children, and our prayers are stronger when we pray together. And so together we flipped the Senate, held the House, and we sent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to the White House. Together we vaccinated our citizens, we fortified our cities and our towns, and we stood by our small businesses. Together we set out to heal the land. A nation besieged by a deadly pandemic and beset by the awful and divisive rhetoric of a man too small for the office entrusted him or the task set before him. The day after my January 5th election, he instigated an insurrection, a violent assault on our nation's capital and the peaceful transfer of power, all driven by the big lie. But behind the big lie was an even bigger lie. It is the lie that this increasingly diverse American electorate does not get to determine the future of the country. The lie and the logic of January 6th is a sickness. It is a kind of cancer that then metastasized into dozens of voter suppression laws all across our country. And we must be vigilant tonight because these anti-democratic forces are at work right now in Georgia and all across our country. And the question is, who will heal the land? And so here we are, America. Are you ready? Are you ready to stand up in this moral moment? Stand up for the best in the American covenant. Elections are about the character of a country. And we must decide, again, we are the latest generation of Americans who get to decide what kind of country we want to be. And we must choose between the promise of January 5th and the peril of January 6th. A nation that embraces all of us or just some of us. Donald Trump's America is the America of January 6th. People who have no vision traffic in division. He does not know how to lead us, and so he wants to divide us. America, make no mistake, Donald Trump is a plague on the American conscience. He is a clear and present threat to the precious covenant we share with one another. And yes, I saw him holding the Bible and endorsing a Bible as if it needed his endorsement. He should try reading it. It says, do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly with your God. He should try reading it. It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
choose the American covenant. E pluribus unum, out of many one. I choose January 5th. I choose a nation that provides a path for ordinary people and gives every child a chance. And that's Joe Biden's America. And he's been fighting for it for more than a half century. President Biden, America is so much better because of you, a true patriot who has always put the people first. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. But I'll tell you something else. Not only is that Joe Biden's America, that's Kamala Harris's America. She was leading with Joe Biden when we expanded the child tax credit, cutting child poverty in America nearly in half. We ought to renew it. She cast a tie-breaking vote for my bill capping the cost of insulin to no more than $35 per month for seniors. We ought to extend it to everybody. Together we passed an infrastructure bill, bolstered American manufacturing and clean energy, an investment in the house that we all share together. And I've got news for you, we are just getting started. Are you ready to win this election? Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent the new way forward. We're not going back. We're not going back because we are the United States of America. We always dream about the future. And so forward on women's reproductive rights, because we believe that a patient's room is too small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. That's too many people in the room. Forward on worker rights, because most people do not mind working. They just want to share in the prosperity that they are creating for others. Forward on voting rights, forward on affordable housing and access to health care. We are moving forward. And so I'm inspired tonight. I'm inspired by all of you. I'm inspired by the resilience of an American spirit that has rebounded from the pandemic and is holding at bay the forces that are trying to divide us. And I'm inspired tonight by the memory of my late father, a preacher and a junk man. Monday through Friday, he lifted old broken cars and put them on the back of an old rig. But on Sunday morning, the man who lifted broken cars lifted broken people whom other people had discarded and told them that they were God's somebody. My dad discovered strength in the broken places, a power made perfect in weakness. And so I'm convinced tonight that we can lift the broken even as we climb. I'm convinced tonight that we can heal sick bodies. We can heal the wounds that divide us. We can heal a planet in peril. We can heal the land. And in a strange way, the pandemic taught us how. A contagious airborne disease means that I have a personal stake in the health of my neighbor. If she's sick, I may get sick also. Her health care is good for my health. I'm just trying to tell you that we are as close in our humanity as a cough. I need my neighbor's children to be okay so that my children will be okay. I need all of my neighbor's children to be okay. Poor inner city children in Atlanta and poor children of Appalachia. I need the poor children of Israel and the poor children of Gaza. I need Israelis and Palestinians. I need those in the Congo, those in Haiti, those in Ukraine. I need American children on both sides of the track to be okay. Because we are all God's children. And so let's stand together. Let's work together. Let's organize together. Let's pray together. Let's stand together. Let's heal the land. God bless you. Keep the faith. And keep looking up.
Many powerful elements here. I think he went on too long. I don't know why he had what seemed to be by far the longest speech of anybody tonight. I just don't know if it was supposed to be that way. Speaking far longer than anybody else. I don't know. I mean, I wonder if it was designed that way.
Good evening, folks. Good evening, America. Good evening, Chicago. Are there any Democrats in the room tonight? Folks, we are on the verge of making history. We are on the verge of an historic election. And I want to talk with you for just a...
And historic. I hope people notice the grammar there, right? It's not just me.
Joe Biden's mom had a saying. You are defined by your courage, and you are redeemed by your loyalty. 4 years ago, I had the honor of helping introduce Joe Biden to our national convention. I spoke about Joe's faith, his love of family, his determination to restore the soul of our nation. Back in 2020, America was nearly flat on our back from a deadly pandemic, an economic collapse, and then in January, an assault on our democracy. All of this, because the drama and chaos of our former president had knocked us down. But folks, Joe Biden's courage, Joe Biden's faith in us, Joe Biden's determination to heal the soul of our nation gave us hope and gave us confidence. Someone who has himself been knocked down by life time and again. Joe Biden knows the grit and determination of the American people. He believed in us, and Joe Biden helped us get back up again. Using the incredible skills he developed in many years in the U.S. Senate, Joe got passed and signed into law the most consequential legislation of any president in 60 years, helping our veterans, advancing gun safety, cutting prescription drug prices, fighting climate change, rebuilding bridges and broadband, bringing manufacturing back to America. Together, Joe and Kamala helped rebuild our economy from the middle up, from the bottom up, and the middle out, not from the top down. And they made our families safer and our country stronger at home and abroad. Today, we are so much better off because they believed in us in our democracy. And our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, our incredible First Lady, Jill Biden, was at Joe's side every step of the way, fighting for education, advancing the cancer moonshot, determined to improve women's health care, honoring military families. Joe and Jill, together, you have done so much for us, and there's so much more you will do and we can do together. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for elevating a great leader in Kamala Harris. Vice President Harris, thank you for choosing a great running mate with a heart for the middle class like yours in Sergeant, Congressman, Coach, Governor Tim Walz. I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? I have hope. Do you? And it is in no small part because of Joe Biden. I have never known a more compassionate man than Joe Biden. I have never known a man who has taken from his own loss and his own faith and delivered so much for the future of so many others. Mr. President, you were my senator as a Delawarean. You are my president as an American, and you will always be my friend. On behalf of our nation, Joe, for your courage in fighting for our democracy, we thank you. On behalf of our Democratic Party, for your loyalty in fighting for our democratic values, we thank you. And on behalf of Delaware, thank you, Joe, and God bless you. We love you. We love Joe. 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 Thank you all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
All right, expecting next to hear from Dr. Jill Biden, Ashley Biden, and then President Joe Biden is the schedule as of this moment.
Hi, I'm Vivian Warewell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Kristen McAuliffe. I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep. I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating. So when I heard you were coming, I really wanted to meet you. I adore you because you embrace change from my generation. And the ones to come, I look up to you. Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Really quite an extended day of programming.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years. And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again. Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face. Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked. When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day. Or to encourage that child with a stutter to find the confidence she needs. Those moments when I'm reminded of all he's accomplished in the name of something bigger than himself. Receiving the Medal of Freedom with humility. Placing his hand on our family Bible to take his oath of office. And weeks ago, when I saw him dig deep into his soul and decide to no longer seek re-election and endorse Kamala Harris. With faith and conviction, Joe knows that our nation's strength doesn't come from intimidation or cruelty. It comes from the small acts of kindness that heal deep wounds, from service to the communities that make us who we are, from love of a country that shines with promise and renewal. Kamala Harris knows that too. Our son, Beau, first worked with Kamala when he was Attorney General of Delaware. He told me at the dinner table one night, "Mom, she's special, someone to keep your eye on." And he was right. Joe and I know Kamala. We have seen her courage, her determination, and her leadership up close. Kamala and Tim, you will win. And you are inspiring a new generation. We are all a part of something bigger than ourselves, and we are stronger than we know. The future of our country is in the hands of those in this room and all of you watching at home. It's going to take all of us, and we can't afford to lose. With faith in each other, hope for a brighter future, and love for our country, we will fight and we will win together. Thank you. Thank you.
Very nice statement from Jill Biden. There's Gavin Newsom expecting Ashley Biden, and then President Biden will close off the evening. Certainly later than Joe Biden usually does events, that's for sure.
Ashley Biden.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to D.C. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad, you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love. I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the time, my dad was vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend. His example in service inspired my career. I'm a social worker in Philadelphia. I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything. When Hunter and I lost our brother Beau to cancer in 2015, the grief and the pain felt like it might never end. Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Beau is here with us tonight, as he is always with us. After Beau passed, I got this tattoo on my wrist. It says, "Courage, dear heart." A reminder to myself to keep going, to get back up, like my dad has always done. He has taught me that a courageous heart is a miraculous thing. A courageous heart can heal a family. A courageous heart can heal a nation, and maybe even the world. And now, this election requires the courageous hearts of all of us. In 2020, my dad selected Kamala Harris to beat Donald Trump. And he knows in 2024, she will beat Donald Trump again. So tonight, I am asking you, if you stood with us in 2020, call upon your courageous heart. Stand with us today. Work harder than you have ever worked before in your life. This is the fight of our lifetime. Our freedom, our democracy, our reproductive rights. All of this, all of it is on the ballot. And I know together we can do this because my dad helped show us the way. And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Very, very big time stuff, and this will be the final speech of day one of the DNC.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
If we're not going to hear about electrocutions, this is the last chance, I think, is my point.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
If there is to be any shark material, it will have to be in this speech.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for so. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for the introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. Y'all will know me. No, not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved.
So far, so good.
You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts and new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had to listen to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. And America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us, more than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming a nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue, because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saves? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, oh, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. And that's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it.
True.
It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember we told we couldn't get anything done because of the we couldn't get anything done in the Congress. But with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-lined communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9, all the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back.
He's on fire.
And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with businesses and communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service education, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We've fundamentally transformed how our economy grows, from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family, 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpa living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? But guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
That's a good line.
And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks.
Strategically, I don't know that Democrats at the national level talking at this critical moment about gun safety law is a good idea, because it, according to the polls, only activates Republicans. He's right about everything he's saying. And also, it's unclear if it's a good way to get more Democratic votes out. I just don't know.
Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. Took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history. He called senators.
People saying it polls well. It polls well mostly among people already voting for Kamala Harris.
Hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love. And your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power. No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024.
It's a good line, too.
Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman in South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was the consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that it was the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief, period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, than my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread, until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security to the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people, and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history, but they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more.
Right.
I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down, that's not true.
This is an interesting part they're talking over.
I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, that's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations that are very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increased our taxes, we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. And they'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect a Senate and a House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be an historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. But join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harris and Waltz has Cam have ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. I've made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this in the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Wow. And with that, at nearly 12:30 a.m. Eastern time, the first day, really into the second day, of the Democratic National Convention comes to a close. One of President Biden's, I would say, best speeches. One of his best speeches. I don't know that it's what you would expect on day one of the DNC from the guy who's not the nominee. But putting that aside for a moment, one of Joe Biden's best speeches for sure. It seemed like Joe Biden knew where he was. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Trump's been posting about to Truth Central, but it certainly seemed to me like that was the case for sure. An extraordinary speech, really. An extraordinary speech. If you are heading out, please make sure that you hit that subscribe button. We'll be live again tomorrow and the day after and the day after. Let's get to 2.5 million subscribers. It costs nothing, folks. It costs nothing. So great to see everyone.